Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest operations out here at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm Will Robinson Smith. Will be conducting our commentary for the duration of this coverage. We're broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And welcome back to another attempt by Blue Origin to tank its New Glenn rocket and potentially, when all said and done, they may conduct a static fire test of its new orbital class vehicle. We've been tracking this testing today throughout the course of the late morning, now trending into the early afternoon, seeing a fair amount of consistent venting from time to time and some vapor forming near the base of the rocket. Haven't noticed the specific very striking venting that we saw on Thursday from the center of the strong back near the area of the New Glenn Interstage, but we'll continue to keep our eyes peeled for any repetition from yesterday or very specific signs that may indicate where they are in the process. We'll note just at the onset of this and throughout the course of this launch commentary that this is a test of Blue Origin and this is not a launch. So that's the first thing to note, that even if we do see some fire of the BE-4 engines, if everything moves nominally, the rocket should stay exactly where it is right now. The clamp arms the clamps should keep the rocket affixed to Launch Complex 36 there. Also worth noting, because this is a test, Blue Origin has not laid out a specific timeline of events. And so we are once again in a bit of a somewhat of a guessing game, given that this is a new orbital class vehicle that Blue Origin has not laid out a timeline for how long it takes specifically to fuel its rocket or when specifically the sequence of events started with the tanking on both the booster and when that will progress to the upper stage. But as much as we're able to relay about this process, we'll be sure to share with you as we continue on through this stream. So all that being said, our commentary will be a little bit lighter than what we have normally for live launch coverage, as we have had last night and this morning, and we'll once again have tonight, as SpaceX is apparently still targeting a launch at midnight of the Astronomers from One to Many mission. We'll have much more to say about that launch when we get to that live coverage, which will begin about an hour prior to liftoff of that Vulcan 9 rocket from over at Space Launch Complex 40. As we are getting things rolling here, though, want to thank our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, who's running the technical operations of the broadcast here today. And thanks to our friends, Chuck and Jen Briggs, who are out here helping us keep tabs on this New Glenn rocket out at Launch Complex 36, taking a view from their camera right now. See the flare stack going to the right of the rocket from this camera perspective. In correct orientation, that would be south of the pad. This particular flare stack, we believe, is connected to the liquefied natural gas of the methane that's the fuel of the booster of New Glenn. Upper stage powered by a combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And that fuels the BE-3U engines. A pair of those are on the upper stage of New Glenn, built upon the heritage of the BE-3PM rocket engine, which is used on the New Shepard suborbital vehicle. Of course, the BE-4s at the base of the base of the New Glenn rocket. So used to talking about Falcon 9 rockets. Gonna have to get used to bringing in New Glenn into my vocabulary. The BE-4 engine's at the base of New Glenn's first stage booster, similar to the ones that have flown now twice on a Vulcan rocket from United Launch Alliance during their CERT 1 mission back in January and CERT 2 in October. Slightly different in how they ignite, though, since the BE-4s on New Glenn are designed to reignite when the engine is coming in for a propulsive landing on Blue Origin's barge known as Jacqueline, named after Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos' mother. That barge currently stationed at Port Canaveral, just off to the right of our camera views here, south of the pad. Quite a busy day in port, actually. A number of cruise ships that are out there at this particular moment in time. Of course, Port Canaveral, one of the busiest ports, given its combination of shepherding both cruise traffic with multiple home ported ships. I believe last I recall the number was 11 or 12 home ported ships between Carnival Cruise Line, MSC, you've got Disney Cruise Line, Norwegian, Royal Caribbean, a bunch of those guys out there. There's also a lot of cargo that comes in and out of port. It's very important for that purpose. And then, of course, all the space activity that has been happening with SpaceX bringing its Dragon capsules back into port, as it just recently did with CRS-31's capsule, which splashed down, completing that mission lasting more than a month up at the International Space Station, as well as, of course, the Falcon 9 first stage boosters like B-1090, which just recently came back into port. And very soon, you'll have the same be the case with New Glenn. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to thank the little more than 400 folks who are with us live. If you haven't already, you can go ahead and do us a big favor just by clicking the like button to allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Also want to thank our wonderful channel members who make live live coverage possibilities like this possible. I have to catch myself once again. This is not a launch. This is a tanking test of New Glenn and potentially a static fire test at the end if fueling goes well today. In that vein of our channel member community, want to thank folks like Ken, Melvin, Rolly Nevels, P, Butterfly, Burgett Schultz, Palm Bay Jags fan, and many others. General membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord, and the ability to watch the launch liftoff moments in 4K from here at the Cape. Marcus G asks the question of the day and really of the month and the week of when exactly is New Glenn expected to launch? That is the million-dollar question, and unfortunately, I can't say I have a great answer for you on that one, since Blue Origin has been fairly cards to the vest on when specifically it might have an opportunity to launch or when it is aiming to launch. Broadly speaking, at the Space Force Association's Space Power Conference that occurred last week, Lars Hoffman, who is the vice president of their government sales office, did just generally say, when pressed by the moderator when they were going to launch, that it was, quote, "This year is about all I can say at this point," is what he said. And he said, and I'll quote him again, so that kind of narrows it down a little bit, doesn't it? The moderator asked him, "Does it?" And he said, "Well, maybe for Christmas. I don't know." So obviously, Blue Origin needs to get this hot fire test done and dusted and get all the data from that. And then, of course, get approval from the Federal Aviation Administration and get their launch license for this flight. So still a number of critical milestones ahead for Blue Origin. Of course, we are talking right now on Saturday, December 21st, just a couple weeks left in the year before we turn over the calendar to 2025. So is a launch in the next couple weeks possible? Well, I'll never rule anything out entirely, but the clock is ticking. Time now 3:31 here on the East Coast. I see our One of our moderators, Christy Lee, has been kind enough to join us again. Been a trooper this weekend, given all of the launch attempts and launch activity that we've had via SpaceX. So appreciate her being with us this afternoon here in Florida. If you see any of the other moderators pop in, be sure to give them a big old hello. Also, if you'd like to offer some support or if you have a comment or question that you want specifically highlighted to draw to our attention, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature like Captain Jerry Donnelly did. Not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we continue to track the progress of this Blue Origin tanking test, but you'll be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight now, and that is always greatly appreciated, especially on days when we're sort of stuck in a level of uncertainty when it comes to timing of when these streams need to start, and spinning up these operations is not a quick or easy process, but certainly recognize the importance of events like this. And so, given this rocket's potential prominence on the launch landscape and the promise that it holds, we definitely want to bring the big development milestones to you live as they happen. So Captain Donnelly with the $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Who says, longest day of the year today. Sounds like he is down in the southern hemisphere because it is very much the shortest day of the year for us up here in the northern hemisphere. And for all those who are longing for the longer days of summer up here in the northern hemisphere, starting tomorrow, the days incrementally get just that much longer. To see Aussie Space Girl checking in as well as Astro Joe. Hello to you both. Aussie Space Girl saying good day from Australia. We do have some new signs of activity out here. Stephen, we can go to the wide shot. You can see the flare stacks on both ends of the pad are now active. Let's go ahead and do that. You see here what we believe to be the methane flare stack on the right, just off to the right of the tower from this camera's vantage point, and up to the left or north of the pad, flare stack connected to the hydrogen line. This new activity with the flare stack likely means that they are conditioning the lines in preparation for upper stage liquid hydrogen loading. Certainly an encouraging sign that tanking on the upper stage is getting ready to begin here in the next little bit. So some good signs of progress that tanking is moving forward today. Again, because this is not a launch, this is a fueling test with potentially a static fire test or a hot fire test at the end of it. Blue Origin hasn't released any information publicly about their activities, so we're left with a bit of a guessing game, but we're putting our best educated foot forward here, if you will, using our knowledge of other launch activities and fueling tests to inform our commentary and responses to what we're seeing. Time now 3:40 here on the East Coast. Want to thank Jack Mack for joining us with channel membership at the Pad Leader level. Welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Also want to thank Ken Melvin for marking 1 month with us as a channel member at the Pad Leader level. Always great to see folks hit that 1 month mark and continue on in our community. Ken asking, was last night's Scrub launch rescheduled? And do we know what happened at launch? Yes to the first, no to the second. Was it rescheduled? Yes. SpaceX at this point in time is currently targeting midnight, which is the opening of the window for this launch. So we'll have our live launch coverage begin about an hour prior to liftoff. That launch window extending out 129 minutes. So still a 2 hour window beyond the opening of it. However, because we are now in the weekend leading up to the Christmas holiday, the FAA is imposing some additional restrictions on launch availability for missions that don't have a specific planetary constraint, which of course the Astronus mission does not. As to the reason behind the scrub, we unfortunately don't have any additional insight to add to that at this particular moment in time. SpaceX has not delved any more into the details on what went wrong at ignition, but presumably it was something relatively innocuous, obviously important enough that it caused the scrub, but manageable enough that they were able to push past that and put another launch attempt on the calendar pretty quickly after the scrub was called. So potentially with the commentary tonight, SpaceX will add some additional information. But we'll just have to wait and see. time now 3:52 p.m. here on the East Coast. For those of you who may just be joining us live, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the tanking operations, which may culminate in a hot fire test for Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket there at Launch Complex 36. For those of you who were with us with a similar live stream on Thursday, know that Blue got some part of the way through tanking operations, but that ended without the ignition of the 7BE4 engines at the base of the booster. So unclear if there was just something out of character that happened with that, if they got all the data they were expecting to from that tanking test. Regardless, they are back in action again today out at LC-36. Bit cloudier than it was yesterday, but still fairly idyllic afternoon here on Florida's Space Coast on this Saturday, the 21st, the December solstice. I'll say to be inclusive to everyone around the planet. Winter solstice up here on the northern hemisphere, summer solstice down south. Throughout the course of our time up here, we've noticed the flare stacks both north and south of the pad have been active at varying points in time. As we mentioned earlier in the stream, and as I'll reiterate now, just to set expectations, this is not a launch attempt by Blue Origin. This is simply a fueling test of its New Glenn rocket, which may, if all goes well, culminate in a static fire of the 7BE4 engines at the base of the booster. So that's one thing to note. Also, that Blue Origin has not published information explicitly about this tanking test, other than to say that they were cleared to proceed into a tanking test, a wet dress rehearsal, as David Limp noted back on, I believe it was Monday, and that would then lead into a hot fire test of the vehicle, an important final milestone that Blue needs to check before it gets its FAA launch license and can proceed towards putting a launch date on the calendar definitively. Time now just before the 4 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. 2100 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Because this is a tanking test, once again, just want to set expectations that Blue Origin has not published a timeline of the anticipated hot fire, if that is their aim for today's fueling operations. So we will continue to stay with you as long as it appears that they are continuing to tank their rocket and leading up to what will hopefully result in that hot fire operation. I want to thank channel member Ken Melvin for a $2 super chat. Appreciate that, Ken, who says, simply great channel. Thank you for the kind words. I mentioned earlier in the stream that during the Space Force Association's Space Power Conference, that one of the Blue Origin members of leadership, Lars Hoffman, spoke on a panel talking about launch operations. Hoffman is the vice president of government sales and was also present at the inaugural Space Power Conference. During his talk, he was asked about Blue's activities in the run-up to this launch by the moderator. We had the opportunity to cover space power this year as we did last year. Again, thanks to our channel member community here on YouTube, our sustaining members, if you will, who allow us to do on-the-ground reporting like attending Space Power Conference and being able to bring reporting from events like that to you. So big thanks to all of you who help make coverage like that possible. Want to go to a bit of tape that we recorded. This is not from the SFA's recording. This is what we captured while we were at the event. And this is the part of the conversation which starts on another member of the panel, Kelvin, who's with the FAA, is who you'll see in the first part of the video clip, and then the camera will pan over to Lars Hoffman. You'll hear the part of the conversation that is germane to the New Glenn pre-launch operations and timeline for liftoff. So here's that part of the panel on launch. And again, you'll be hearing primarily from Lars Hoffman.
Lars, my classmate from the United States Air Force Academy. What have you been up to lately?
Just a few things. So thank you, Nina, for moderating the panel. Really appreciate that. She was asked about a week ago to fly in and moderate our panel, and she graciously accepted, and we were thrilled to hear that she was going to join us. Former commander of what is now SLD-30 and SLD-45 later, so she knows the business, and then Kelvin has been doing this for years. And I'll just continue the theme of partnership, because that's what we feel at Blue Origin also. We've been working with the FAA for years in preparation for our upcoming launch, which is within the next few weeks. The vehicle's ready, but there's a process that we have to follow to ensure that we're on a path to success. We all have a vested interest in this, whether it's ground safety, range safety, licensing for public safety. We all know that we're in this together, and it's a collective success, so we want to make sure that we're following a very thorough, rigorous process to get there and working together as partners. The success of the first launch opens up the door for a successful second, third, fourth, and multiple launches thereafter, so we're looking forward to that. And so a lot of people this week have been asking me, Blue Origin, when are you guys going to launch? Well, I like to remind them that we've been launching since 2015 with New Shepard out in West Texas, launching astronauts to the edge of space and bringing them back safely. So we have experience in this area, and we've had multiple human space flights this year. We have many more slated in the years to come, so we'll keep following that progress. But a lot of what we learned in New Shepard is feeding forward into New Glenn, the big rocket that's getting ready to launch. And you may have seen it in social media posts this week, integrated, rolling out to the pad, going vertical, 320 feet tall. It's a big rocket. It's going to be exciting to watch it launch, and it's going to open up another avenue, another era in spaceflight to deliver payloads, critical payloads for national security, civil, and for commercial customers to all of the Earth orbits and beyond. So we're very excited about that. To get there, we had to develop the engines, the BE-3 engine for New Shepard, which turned into the BE-3 engines for our upper stage on New Glenn, and BE-4 engines on our booster for New Glenn. And the same BE-4s that are going to power New Glenn have been powering Vulcan for its first 2 launches successfully. So we have some flight experience already with our engines, in addition to all of the test experience. For New Glenn, we'll bring the booster back and land it on a platform out at sea, bring it back into port, rinse and repeat. We're going to get into that same mode that you've seen with SpaceX and Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, to where we reuse the booster over and over and over. So again, this is going to help open up a lot more capacity, a lot more availability, and the customers around the world are responding to that. So we're very excited about that. And at Blue, there's a lot of other things we're doing in space with Blue Ring, our in-space orbital mobility platform, and then all the way to the moon as part of the Artemis program. We're on track to deliver our cargo lander to the moon next year, and then grow that into a human lander by 2029 and deliver astronauts back to the moon on the Artemis 5 mission. So just a few things going on.
Okay, Lars, I'm going to press you. Okay, your rocket is on the pad.
It is.
It is fully stacked.
It is.
So for all of you running the 10-miler, you're going to get to see it. You're going to run right by it. If the route's the same as it's been, you'll get to run right by.
But you can see it from anywhere on the 10-miler.
Yeah, you can see it from anywhere. Okay, but you don't have a launch date to share with us yet.
This year is about all I can say at this point. So that kind of narrows it down a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Maybe for Christmas, I don't know.
It would be a nice Christmas
That would
present
be
for the nation.
wonderful, yes.
But I just have to tell you a story. I'm not going to spend much time up here talking myself, but I just have to tell you a story because you're my classmate. When I was at the first SLS, which doesn't exist anymore, but I was a major, the director of operations, and we worked off of pad 17 A and B, which aren't even there anymore, so that tells you how long ago this was. But we were launching GPS back then, and it was A pad, B pad, A pad, B pad. We were very busy, not to your standards today, but very busy for our time. And an owl decided to have a nest, have babies on one of our pads, and we were getting ready, to start stacking on one of, I think we were trying to go off B pad, but the owl was in there. So we had to, do some rearrangement and stuff, and I was briefing the morning stand-up, and we took a picture of the owl and the babies, and we said, since this owl just doesn't want to leave the pad, we in the Delta Squadron decided to name the owl Titan, because it just won't leave the pad, which is a joke for a big rocket. Big rocket. It just doesn't want to leave the pad. So
what are you saying, Nina? I think that's a good omen. We don't have an owl on our pad, but we have a big feather on the side of our integration facility. So we're ready to fly.
Nice comeback. Okay. Well, we do look forward to that launch.
Thanks.
Time now, 4:10 p.m. here on the East Coast. 2110 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Our thanks again to the Space Power Association for the opportunity to cover not only that panel, but several others throughout the 3-day conference. Brings together a lot of leaders, not just from the U.S. Space Force and its partners, but also some important industry members, as we just heard with those comments from Lars Hoffman with Blue Origin. Once again, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage from Spaceflight now of the fueling operations, tanking test from Blue Origin and its New Glenn rocket. Potentially will be capped with a static fire test, as our moderator in the live chat, Callisti Lee, is doing a good job of trying to remind folks this is not, in fact, a launch opportunity. This is a fueling test and a potential static fire at the end when all is said and done. If you were hearing us and with us during that piece of tape that we just played from part of the launch panel featuring among the speakers Lars Hoffman from Blue Origin, they noted that a launch date has not been publicly announced, and until Blue acquires a launch license, a commercial launch license from the Federal Aviation Administration, they won't. Part of the path to getting there, of course, is conducting a good static fire test and getting the data that they expect from that type of fueling operation. So hopefully that will be at the end of today's fueling operations. We can get that box ticked and look forward to a launch from New Glenn. Time now 4:24 here on the East Coast, 21:24 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Still standing by as we're tracking the fueling test of the New Glenn rocket from Blue Origin. Once again, this is a tanking test which may result in a hot fire. It's not a guarantee that Blue Origin is going to be ready to conduct the static fire of its New Glenn rocket, as was certainly a possibility when we saw and covered the tanking operations on Thursday. But the hot fire will be an important final test prior to getting a launch license from the Federal Aviation Administration. New Glenn rocket stands about 98 meters, or about 321 feet tall, with a 57.5 meter or 189 feet of that made up by the New Glenn first stage booster, which, like the Falcon 9 rocket, is designed to propulsively land on a barge out in the ocean. Blue Origin's barge is called Jacqueline, named after founder Jeff Bezos' mother. The payload that's going to be flying on board this New Glenn first flight is a Pathfinder of the Blue Ring. The Blue Ring payload adapter that is going to be flying on this first flight from New Glenn features communications powers and a flight computer attached to a secondary payload adapter ring. It's going to be integrated inside the 7-meter fairing there on the top of the New Glenn stack. According to Blue Origin, the Blue Ring has not been integrated onto the vehicle yet, so following a static fire test, if they're able to complete that today, they will then lower New Glenn, roll it back into the hangar, and integrate that before it heads back out to the pad in preparation for a launch attempt. Blue Origin has said that they are hoping to make that launch possible before the end of the year. We'll see if they're able to move quickly enough and if there's enough time for regulators to get this rocket approved to fly once it does prove its mettle with a static fire test. Once again, there's no guarantee that Blue Origin will conduct a static fire test today. This may end up being a wet dress rehearsal. The company did not state whether the tanking that they performed on Thursday was a sufficient wet dress rehearsal tanking test. But if there is no static fire at the end of today, this will be another good bit of data for the company as they proceed towards static fire. Time now 4:41 here on the East Coast, 21:41 UTC for those joining around the world. If you just happen to be popping into our live stream here, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Blue Origin tanking test operations with its New Glenn rocket sitting at Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. As a reminder to folks who are perhaps just joining our live stream today, this is a fueling test by Blue Origin, not a launch attempt. Blue Origin at this point in time has not been granted a commercial launch license by the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, and therefore does not have a definitive launch date on the calendar as of yet. Part of the path to getting to there is completing what we expect could be, and I want to emphasize could be, at the end of today's fueling operations, which is a static fire of the 7 BE-4 engines at the base of the booster there at the pad. Because Blue Origin is still in testing, they have not confirmed or announced a definitive timeline for fueling today, either when specifically things started, when they moved from one portion of fueling to another, or when they officially expect to be wrapped up with today's operations. Taking a look at the wide shot here, you can see the flare stack still going south of the pad, a little bit quieter to the north of the pad at this point, although you can still see some orange flame there about a quarter of the way from the left-hand side of your screen. You see here by those flat buildings there, just above the tree line. The two towers beside the rocket, of course, are the lightning protection system and the water tower just to the right of that, which of course provides water for the deluge system. That'll be kicked on when Blue Origin is prepared to step into hot fire. Just off to the right of that, where you can see the Blue Origin lettering there on the flat building, that is their hangar, in which they integrate the rocket and roll it out to the pad. Blue Origin's not flying a customer on board this mission. Once upon a time, when it looked like there was a possibility that Blue was going to be launching for the first time in October, they did have NASA's Escapade spacecraft that are bound for Mars as the payload on board. However, the day before, fueling was set to begin on the Escapade spacecraft, which were built by Rocket Lab and have science instruments from Cal Berkeley. The call was made that it was not going to be ready in time for flight. The spacecraft were not fueled. Those two, nicknamed Gold and Blue, which are the colors of Cal, are now back at Rocket Lab's facilities in Long Beach, California. And Blue Origin pivoted to a Pathfinder of its Blue Ring as the payload on board this first flight. It's not currently on the rocket as we speak right now. It is presumably inside the hangar awaiting integration following the successful outcome of both a wet dress rehearsal tanking test as well as a static fire of this rocket. Just because I'm seeing it pop up again in the live chat, just want to remind folks that this particular live stream is not a launch live coverage stream. Blue Origin will not be launching its New Glenn rocket today. This is a tanking test of the launch vehicle, potentially culminating in a static fire if all is going well. By test, I mean in response to a comment in the live chat that Blue Origin is going through the rhythm of fueling its fully integrated rocket there at the pad, tanking both the upper stage and lower stage, making sure they've got good data on the timing of tanking, that they're not seeing anything potentially out of color, no leaks from a valve potentially, and that their whole launch team and ground systems are acting as expected once they begin flowing both the fuel as well as the oxidizer on board the first and second stages of the vehicle. A tanking test into a hot fire test is essentially a good run through of all the integrated systems that will be needed on launch day. Once again, this is not launch day, but just a test of both the countdown timeline of all of their systems, of their launch team, and make sure that it all works in the correct integrated flow so that when they are ready to launch, they don't see any hiccups or surprises. Taking a look at the live chat here as we're now 4:53 p.m. Eastern, 21:53 UTC around the world. Tip of the hat to one of our channel members, Dave S., for calling out that we just about 3 minutes ago passed the 20th anniversary of the first flight of a Delta IV Heavy rocket from Space Launch Complex 37B out here at the Cape. That launch kicked off the 20-year run of Delta IV Heavy launches for United Launch Alliance. Culminated in the final launch, NROL 70. That closed out the Delta IV Heavy chapter on April 9th of this year. That mission, of course, for the National Reconnaissance Office. Time now 4:56 p.m. Eastern, 21:56 UTC. Mentioned thanks to channel member Dave's S comment about the calendar. Note that this is the 20th anniversary of the first flight of the Delta IV Heavy rocket from Slick 37B. Speaking of ULA, last week we had the opportunity to speak, among other reporters, with ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno about some of the items coming up with its Vulcan rocket. Of course, one of the shared experiences, and the reason I bring it up in this context, is that both New Glenn as well as Vulcan share the engines at the base of their first stage boosters. Vulcan flies a pair of BE-4 engines. New Glenn will fly with 7. So Blue Origin has had the opportunity to see its engines fly on the first 2 certification missions of ULA's Vulcan rocket. And in turn, ULA will soon be able to watch the BE-4s support New Glenn. Now, while there's the obvious crossover of them being the same engine, there are some key differences in their application. So want to go to part of our conversation with Tori Bruno now as we continue to track the fueling testing that's happening out at Launch Complex 36.
Well, we'll obviously be very interested in the performance of the BE4s because they're very, very similar. Essentially the same engine, but they have a different ignition because they restart to fly at home. So the basic engine is the same. It's that many more flight data points, so we'll be studying that carefully for its performance and any margins that are demonstrated and so on. We also like to keep track of all of the launch providers and where we each fit and where we're differentiated. New Glenn is another LEO operations optimized rocket like Vulcan, and it's a pretty large rocket with theoretically some pretty good mass to LEO capability, so we'll be interested in that. You know, you guys may remember I've talked in the past about Vulcan was optimized for the very mission we were just talking about with CAT-C, and that has Vulcan and the others sort of differentiated, and that's the healthiest place to be when you have a marketplace and you have competitors. So you want broad industrial base facing to China. You want to have competition because healthy competition allows companies to invest in IRAD and come up with new capabilities to further differentiate from each other in the competitive space. You don't want them to be identical. When you have two or more companies that provide an identical service or product, then you race to the bottom on price because that's the only thing left for you to differentiate yourself. And it is a race. We call it a race because the company that achieves scale first will win the cost battle, and then everybody else goes broke and you have a monopoly. You don't have the investment because about halfway to the bottom, you start cutting everything out, including the IRAD. So that's an unhealthy environment. So today it's pretty healthy, and it's partly on the government to help create an environment that will cause industry to shape that way. And we'll be just watching everybody to make sure we're doing that. We will always want to be in a position to offer unique and interesting solutions like the long duration upper stage, like the cost efficiency for missions that would have been flown by the Delta IV Heavy, for example. We are less expensive when we fly that mission than our current competitor is, because we designed Vulcan for that mission. So that's the sort of thing we'll be looking to learn.
And again, our thanks to ULA and Tori Bruno for taking some time out of their schedule to talk with us and some of our reporting colleagues about Vulcan and the greater launch landscape, as it were. Currently just after the top of the hour here, 5 o'clock here on the East Coast, 22:01 UTC for our friends around the world. We are continuing to track the fueling progress on Blue Origin and its New Glenn rocket. It's been going on throughout the course of the afternoon in potentially leading up to a static fire test once all is said and done. Once again, this is not a launch opportunity for Blue Origin. This is a fueling test to make sure that all of its systems are working together in concert in preparation for and validation of those systems in preparation for a launch coming at a future date. Oh, ac Time now 5:32 p.m. Eastern, 22:32 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Currently watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of tanking operations here at Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. You're watching this fueling operation, which has the potential to culminate in a static fire test, although, as we've been stressing throughout our live coverage today as well as Thursday, it is unclear if, in fact, they will uh, achieve that hot fire during today's operation. Just taking a look at the wide shot here, you can see three flare stacks that are going in the vicinity of the pad. The one just immediately to the right of the water tower from our camera's vantage point. The other one, which we may have been mischaracterizing as a hydrogen flare stack, that may actually be a secondary methane flare stack. And then just to the left of that, which is burning in a clearly distinctly different manner, that may in fact be the hydrogen flare stack, which could potentially make sense since hydrogen would burn cleaner than methane. And it may have just been harder to distinguish that when it was brighter outside. But now that we've gotten past sunset here on the Space Coast and getting now closer to ambient light as dusk is settling in, getting a little more distinction between those three flare stacks. If you take a little bit closer look at the rocket here, you can still see there is some vapor trailing off near the base of the New Glenn first stage. If you look just to the right of the strong back there, about halfway up where the strong back begins to taper in, you can see every now and again just little wisps of vapor as presumably liquid oxygen is still on board the booster of this launch vehicle. Quite difficult to tell, though, if they have tanked the upper stage of the New Glenn launch vehicle, which uses a combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We've not really been able to discern much of, if any, venting connected to the upper stage. And as we saw on Thursday, we have not seen that sort of dual vent coming from the area near the strong back, right about the interstage. All the operations happening today are in preparation for Blue Origin's first flight of its New Glenn rocket. This, of course, is not a launch day today. This is purely for fueling and countdown timeline testing, making sure all the integrated systems are working together on this full rocket stack. Because this is a test, Blue Origin is not sharing information publicly ahead of time, and so we are unfortunately left to guess a fair amount as far as the operations and what may still be yet ahead. Time now currently 5:48 p.m., 22:48 UTC for those joining around the world. As we're continuing to track the progress of Blue Origin tanking its new Glenn rocket there at Launch Complex 36. One point of note in the last, I'd say about 5 or 6 minutes, Blue Origin has turned the spotlights on both on the top of the rocket as well as the base. They've had a spotlight going on the base of the rocket for about the last at least hour or so. And we noticed just last night during the SpaceX launch attempt for the Astronomus mission, they only had the booster of the rocket illuminated. So potentially encouraging that they have now fully lit up, visually speaking, the rocket there at the pad. Once again, this is a tanking test, which could culminate in a static fire at the end of it. And because this is a test, not a launch, Blue Origin has not published information about their plans heading into this operation or what the outside window of today's test could look like. So we are continuing to bring you live views and lighter commentary, as it were, now going into oh gosh, hour two of this live stream. So appreciate all of you who've been with us throughout the duration. If you're just popping in now, glad to have you with us. It also appears that we are seeing a little bit more consistent and perhaps prominent venting or vapor coming from the booster of the vehicle. Again, because Blue Origin has not published a timeline of fueling operations or a lot of great detail on what this tanking process looks like and what the call signs of tanking are. It's a bit of a guessing game here. And so we don't want to go out over our skis and suggest too much more than what we actually definitively know. But we will use our experience of covering a multitude of other launch vehicles to make our best educated guesses. And as we do hear more definitive information, we will, of course, pass that along to you. Time now 6:15 here on the East Coast. 04:15 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Correction, 23:15 UTC. Apologies, it's been a long day. Blue Origin continues to run tanking tests on its New Glenn rocket here at Launch Complex 36. Again, this is a tanking test of its New Glenn rocket. This is not a launch today. as we continue to track the tanking operations of Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank Rocket Profit for joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard, Rocket. We're glad to have you with us. As a reminder, channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here at the Cape in 4K, and access to our member-only Discord server. As a reminder for folks who may just be joining into this live coverage here, this is not a launch attempt of the New Glenn rocket from Blue Origin, but rather a tanking test. And I'll note for timing here that we are starting to see some vapor coming from near the strong back at the top above the interstage. If you look there, there's some vapor wrapping around on both sides of the interstage. If you recall a video that was shared by Blue Origin CEO Dave Limp, this was a type of vapor that we were seeing in connection to GS two tanking test that was done back earlier this month. A type of vapor that was wrapping around from both sides near the New Glenn interstage. Because this is a test and not a launch campaign, we don't have clear insight into the timing and what all of these particular vents and vapor signals may or may not mean. So we're just reporting our observations here, letting you know information as we hear it and as we are able to make determinations. We have seen that venting conclude. Again, because this is a test, it's unclear if this may be a signal of, oh, it looks like there's some ice that's popping off from the booster. Could be from pressurization. We may, in fact, be within a couple minutes here of the static fire. Let's stand by. Time now 6:30 here on the East Coast, 23:30 UTC. We have stopped seeing any continuous venting. Just saw a little wisp of vapor near the base of the first stage. So far as we can tell, we have not seen the strong back retract. It's unclear if that is part of the process needed for a static fire test here from Blue Origin. Because this is a new rocket, of course, that has not launched before and is still in its pre-inaugural flight testing campaign. Of course, there may be some things that are adjusting as they key in on their process prior to getting towards a specific launch campaign. One thing we don't know is if once Blue has begun tanking, presumably they are able to hold a countdown and potentially make another pass at the static fire if that is their final goal for today. Of course, as we get our first flight with New Glenn and multiple flights under our belt, we'll be able to refine our understanding of the timeline and what certain ventings mean. Speaking of ventings, looks like there's a little bit of vapor coming off from the strong back from the upper stage. Saw for just a second there. It's more vapor now near the base of the booster. A little pop from the flare stack to the right, the what we believe is the methane flare stack. They'll burn off some of the excess in order to keep the pressure within the tanks at the correct levels that they want. Again, because this is a fueling test potentially leading to a static fire, Blue Origin has not released an anticipatory timeline of events. Time now 6:35 p.m. Eastern, 23:35 UTC. It did seem as though for a moment there, as if the New Glenn rocket was being pressurized in preparation for what may very well could have been a static fire test, but didn't see evidence of engine ignition. And we are now seeing both more potential venting here from the first stage booster as well as the flare stack starting to go back up again. So that could be an indication that Blue Origin is recycling in order to make another pass at a static fire this evening. Again, none of this is certain. This is in part some conjecture as to the ultimate goal for Blue Origin today in this tanking test. I think we can say with some fair certainty, though, that this fueling operation, however it does ultimately wrap up, will give Blue Origin quite a bit more data on the tanking operations and timing of everything for its New Glenn rocket. Hopefully they'll get a key piece of data with a static fire test when all is said and done as we're cruising on towards 7 o'clock here. Time now currently 6:55 p.m. here on the East Coast, 23:55 UTC. Coming up on the top of the hour here in just a few minutes, and we've seen really just a steady stream of varying amounts of venting coming from the New Glenn first stage. Have not seen the upper stage venting that we saw just before it appeared that Blue Origin was pressurizing the rocket. Again, since this is a new vehicle, it's unclear how long the recycle process may be to go back and try again. All part of the new testing and learning that Blue is conducting on its rocket. Now 7:17 p.m. Eastern, 0017 UTC. We are starting to see some vapor just above the interstage coming from the strong back. This is similar to what we saw the last go around when Blue Origin appeared like they were close and we saw what appeared to be some signs of pressurization. So let's go ahead and key back in here. We may once again be close to Blue Origin making a run at a static fire test. Again, impossible to know with 100% certainty since this is a test campaign, but let's go ahead and listen in and watch for any signs of life from the BE-4 engines at the base of the rocket. Time now 7:45, 005 or 00:45 UTC. It appears as though Blue Origin may be calling the ball game tonight, and this may be the conclusion of their tanking operations and just continuing to remove propellant off of the vehicle now at this point. So we are going to be winding down our live coverage for this evening. That said, if you'd like to continue to keep eyes on the New Glenn launch vehicle, we'll keep a view up for you on our 24-hour live stream. That is Launchpad Live here on the channel. I want to thank our wonderful moderators in the live chat. Callistia Lee, Astro Joe, Aussie Space Girl have been helping us out for tonight's tanking live stream. Unfortunately, that's the way this goes sometimes. This is all a testing operation, and so Blue Origin not sharing information, which makes it hard to know and gauge exactly when things are beginning and when things are ending. So our thanks to our mods for supporting this impromptu live coverage. We'll, of course, let you all know as we hear any additional testing that may be coming about from Blue Origin in pursuit of the static fire test that would lead to them being granted a launch license from the Federal Aviation Administration and then in turn being able to set a launch date on the calendar. I want to thank our channel member community for making this live stream possible. Thanks to our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs for helping to provide some live views of the rocket from earlier on in the afternoon. Our thanks as well to our editor, Stephen Young, for running the technical operations of the broadcast. And most importantly, thanks to you for wherever you were checking in from here in Florida or elsewhere around the world. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. And until then, bye-bye.